I heard case 8, but my mind tells me case 8, and now I am thinking about food. We eat all the foods. I might whip up some cabbage and sausages. Ooh, I don't think I've had cabbage and sausages together. Ooh, very nice, very nice. With gravy? Do you have gravy with cabbages? No, I don't think you do. I'm thinking of bangers and mash. But ooh, that sounds really nice. Now, before I start, I shall make a do a recap of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Case 8. For starters, somebody was creating a really big invention that's supposed to beam somebody to a different location, and they were showing that in the Great Exhibition of London. And unfortunately, in the midst of the invention, his volunteer or his investor, probably both, who became a volunteer to try out this invention, had got murdered. Well, they claimed that it had got murdered because it's so confusing to say it now that I'm thinking about it. At first I thought it was an accident because the invention blew up with him in it, but it's a lot more complicated than that. They brought the scientist in as a main suspect, as someone who murders this person, because they found the body in the location that the machine was going to beam him into. And then we tried to figure all this out. We tried to figure out what was going on, and it all turned out to be a scam. But the scientist keeps going against us, even though we're defending him. He keeps going against us to try to prove that the machine is actually legit and that he was beamed into another place and probably got killed, which makes him even more of a suspect. So it's all very, very complicated. And with Gina, Susato is back as well, thank goodness, and Iris, and maybe Sherlock as well, were helping us throughout this case. Yes, Gina is back as an inspector, Gina Lestrade. So I was happy that she's back. And it turned out that the victim was also the leader of a crime organization as well, and somebody, I can't remember who, owes him a lot of money. Or no, he was in a different case that, okay, I understand, I remember now. He was in a case that Baron van Zeeks was against him in, and Baron van Zeeks lost because this victim, who was a defendant in another case, ended up bribing the judge and the jurors so that he could win and could get away with whatever crime that he did before. And Baron van Zeeks wasn't having that. Oh, and also it turned out that the scientist that we're defending, it was also a university friend of Baron van Zeeks. And we saw them talk to each other in prison as well, and it's so confusing. There's so much going on. It left more questions than answers last week, so we definitely need to get into about what was going on. Jesus. Right, let's see go. Simple but delicious. I might give that a try. Every time I think of sausages, oh, for fuck's sake, why does it do that? I keep I keep forgetting to get rid of that menu. I'm so sorry. VTuber menu. God damn it. Must remember that. Okay. 23rd of October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Yes, Susato is back from Japan. We're so happy. We're so happy. Hello, Susato. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. How did she get here so quickly? Because it takes a 50-day boat ride to go from Japan to Britain. So, why is it? She got here fairly quickly. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. Oh, Susato, we miss your gentle sassiness. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father? Oh, yeah. So she went to Japan on case 5 because she got a notice to say that her father was ill. I think she forgot. Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. Is she going to tell us everything? I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Oh, yeah, so they're doing... So this is in Victorian times. So they're going about how to do cases scientifically. So this is probably the first time that forensic is actually became a thing. So this was the first case that they're trying out forensics on a case. So we couldn't investigate much because they have to be left untouched for the forensics. So, but that'll be quite interesting. That'll be quite interesting. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. Okay, so the last time we saw Susato is that we actually were Susato. We became Susato at case 6, where she's going to try to be a defense lawyer back in Japan. However, there was one problem. Girls were not allowed to be in the courtroom in Japan around this time. Around the late 1800s, or late 1800s. So Susato had to dress up as a male to get away from the fact that she could become a defense lawyer. So yeah, so that was very interesting, and it involved the gentlewoman that we saw in case 1 being the victim. It was very interesting. I liked it. I hope it could be Susato again. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Is she going to tell us now? Hey, Daydreamer! Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? Thank you ever so much for the raid, lovely. I much appreciate it. I do apologize. I don't know why it didn't pop up. I Hello, Grey Ranger. Hello, Hemo. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing? How was your stream? Hang on a second. Why didn't my alert come up? My alert didn't come up. Why not? Is it CloudBot? Did it shut off? No? I'm sorry, Daydreamer. I don't know why my raid button didn't go off. Yeah, I'll do the test anyway, just so there was an alert. Oh. There we go. Oh! That's weird. There's no alerts. Why is there no alerts? I'm so confused. That's weird. Do I have to restart my OBS? It was good. I just played some Animal Crossing. That is good. That is very good to hear, Daydreamer. Or is it just a chill stream? At least let me give you a shout out at least. Let's see if the shout out works. I'm so sorry, Daydreamer. So here's that. And I'll give you a special one as well. My clips aren't coming up. I think I'm gonna need to restart OBS. Hang on, I shall be right back. No worries, technology breaks all the time. Yeah. So true. Now let's test the raid. There we go. Let's pretend that's you, Daydreamer. We both assume with our powerful raid, and I shall accept it. I shall accept it, Daydreamer. But again, thank you ever so much for the raid and for bringing your lovely community over to my stream. I do very much appreciate it. I haven't introduced myself to anyone who don't know me. My name is Lily Tiger. I am a variety VTuber. Is that a thing? Variety VTuber? We'll go with it. We'll go with it. And I currently stream The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. That's Susato, our lovely. She's very, very lovely. And I also stream Disney Dreamlight Valley, particularly with this new update that just came, and The Witcher. And occasionally The Sims 1 when I feel like it. So we got a good variety of games here. We got a variety of chaos, a variety of chill, a variety of interactive, variety of RPG, all sorts lovely. So very, very much welcome. I hope you had a lovely day. Let's converse with Susato. Oh, and also my boyfriend does stream on here occasionally for RTS, real-time strategy, which is the kinds of games he likes. So yeah, do keep an eye out if you like real-time strategy games as well. Anyway, we are talking with Susato. She is back in Britain. What did she get to say? When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, the awful trial. That was case 5. So what happened in case 5? A lot had happened, and I tried to remember, but we did leave off that they were playing a records that that contains Japanese Morse code that's to do with Ryunosuke's best friend who died, Kazuma. So yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. For the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, they're talking about that. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Yeah, so that was, so what the, okay, I'm thinking of the wrong case there. So the case that they were talking about was case 1 of the second part of this game. Case 6, where we became Chisato. She dressed up as a man so that she could be in the courtroom. And Giselle Brett was the victim who got murdered. But funnily enough, she was the main suspect of the very first case that killed Iris's father. There was a lot. There was a lot. Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runa? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Oh, no. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with the convict sloop we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Am I still... I'm not mute. Okay, I'm not mute. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Okay, so now they're talking about the case where Mr. Natsume became known for murder. Again, we had to defend him. But it turned out that the room that Natsume was staying in, another lodger was trying to kill people in that room because his cellmate's loot was hiding in it. So yeah, that was interesting. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it, and that was the loot. The nice jeweled looking choker or collar of some sort. It was like really gold with red jewels on it, but it had blood in the inside of the band. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. You go, girl! Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Sasato-san's giving Iris there. Oh, I'm so happy Sasato is back. It feels really empty to do the case without Sasato. It really did. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan. My father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. Oh yeah, that's true. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge I do apologize if I pronounce Japanese names very incorrectly. Seishiro Jigoku? Is it Seishiro Jikoku? You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. I haven't forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. I mean, to be fair, it kind of was. It was kind of a turning point, Ryunosuke. Well, it was Judge Jikoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Why? What did he... I can't remember why. What did he do? Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organised the entire event himself. Oh, Jesus. The entire event? I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. Ah, is that promotion? Is there a promotion involved? I see. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. I mean, that's a goal right there. That's what father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. But does he know, did he know John Wilson? Like, Mikotoba said that Mikotoba and John Wilson were friends. So I presume Strongheart knows him too? Probably. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. Yeah. It was Strongheart telling you all these 2,000 different things about why forensic is great, and then the speech is just while Ryunosuke is slowly falling asleep. It's like, oh god. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Giselle Brett. This is the girl who murdered Iris's father. Giselle Brett. Oh, the music's gone quiet. Don't you hate it that the music's gone quiet? It feels so tense. The silence is deafening in this game. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. I'm going to be honest, I kind of forgot. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? What do you mean, Sasato? Ooh, this feels like tea. If you want to make tea, go right ahead, because I think this is tea time. Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist? Wait, what? But that was her name! So it's a fake name? Who is she? Who was she? She's dead. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Who was she? Who is she? Who is she? Where did they find her? A front? Who on earth was she then? Yeah. Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. a sneaky bitch. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. True. In late Victorian times, like Jesus, what could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Is it something to do with that Morse code message? And now she's being killed. I tried to remember who killed her. I can't remember. Oh yeah, it was the cameraman who was taking pictures of her. But I feel like there's more to it than that. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Asian. Who on earth was she? Who is she? Who is she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Is it to do with that Morse code message? Asian. Ooh. What about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I try to remember. So this is the journalist that killed Giselle Brett. The cameraman journalist. And he said something important? What did he say? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... God, he was aggressive. I remember him being aggressive. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? Oh, tense. Tense. After he died on a voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. And it didn't? Then where is his body? Should have been. Where is his body? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. What? It just disappeared? What? How could his body disappeared? What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. What? Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. What is going on? I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. Yeah, it's a mystery, all right. A body can't just vanish. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I'll try to remember that it was the second case. It's to do with that boat. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? No, we didn't. We didn't. That's true. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. No, I don't think he's still alive. That was definitely his body. I'm sure it is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? Yes, but his deductions are not that great. We're the ones that had to deduce the deductions. Wait. And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. The only thing I could think of is it's not Kazuma. It's someone dressing up as Kazuma, and Kazuma was somewhere else. That's the only logical thing I could think of. Either that or Kazuma really did die, and that they threw his body into the ocean. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. All that? Would Sherlock lie to us? But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'll be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. But what happens when you found out he is alive? Oh, I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, poor Susato. I feel really bad for her. Hi, Calico. Hello, lovely. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are on case 8 of the second investigation. A lot has happened. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato's son we're talking about after all. I'm very well. How are you? I am doing good. I am doing very, very well. Thank you. I got my tea. I am ready to do some investigating. We are currently thinking, we just found out that Ryunosuke's best friend who died in the second case, his body simply vanished and nobody knows where it is. And we're just sitting here like, what? So, yeah, a lot to take in. Last time I was here, it was about poison and tea. Oh, that would be case 7. Yeah, that was the last case. Yes, that was the last case to do with Mr. Natsume and that Shakespeare fellow. Yeah, the vanished body. We just learned about it. But in this case, it's all about somebody died in a failed invention. That somehow in a failed invention that exploded, and this invention was meant to beam one person to another place, and they deemed the invention as successful despite the fact that it's been destroyed, because they found the body in the place that they want to beam that body to. But in the end, it turned out to be all a scam, so we're figuring that out. But yeah, hopefully we would get back into that vanished body at some point, because that is crazy. But yeah, Susato is back. Susato, we miss you, Susato. Anything to present her to? Do we need to present her something? About this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know. I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought then. Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. So Professor Hairbrain is the guy that we're defending because he's been under suspicion that he murdered the victim. And of course we must invite the Professor's good friend Lord Van Zeeks as well. Oh yeah, Lord Van Zeeks. You know him? The prosecutor who hates Japanese people? Yeah, he's good friends with the Professor. Which is quite an interesting twist. And I tell you what, he's the one who recommended us to defend him. Wonder what Lord Van Zeeks is up to. Your luck might not stretch that far. So, are we presenting all of these things to Susato? Do you see this? You have such great expectations in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. I thought that she would say something about it. Does she have an interest in science? I don't know. But yeah, this is the evidence that we got from the last investigation and last trial as well. Are we moving somewhere? Oh, apparently I'm not moving anywhere. Oh, Iris! Oh, you gave me a heart attack. Okay, I might need to talk to you. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. There is a crossbow. So, the scam was that the machine was exploding in smoke and everything. There was hot air balloons everywhere, which is another invention that the people were crazy about back then too. And the idea is that the hot air balloons, people go in the hot air balloons to see this invention underneath them. It sounds grand. But once the invention is covered in smoke, somebody fired a crossbow to the balloon where the actual person is, and then falls down to that place that the invention wanted to beam someone to. I'm still getting my head around it. I feel like the more I talk or explain this case, the more confused I am. It's very mind-whirling. There we go, mind-whirling. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. So Iris wrote a manuscript of the Hounds of the Baskervilles, one of Sherlock Holmes's cases. We all know Hounds of the Baskervilles, don't we? It was the most popular Sherlock Holmes case or story. But Sherlock Holmes in this game did not want her to publish this manuscript. He seemed very off-put by it, and so he put it in a pawnbrokery so that nobody could read it. And the question is, why? Why? And I don't think he wanted Iris to tell anyone about the Hound of the Baskervilles either. But then Mr. Holmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh yeah, so Susato knows about the Hounds of the Baskervilles, which shocked Iris and Sherlock Holmes because the idea was to not let this title go out. But Susato knows. The question is how. We're definitely recapping the whole thing, aren't we?
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it?
Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh, she's going to tell us. She's going to tell us. It's okay. Everyone, grab your tea. Grab your bickies.
Oh.
Okay. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Let's go. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. So it was her father that knew about it. What? Wait, her father was the part of this! What is going on?
My Baskerville story?
Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Hello, good sir.
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
Ooh.
Ooh. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea.
Shit. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Holmes's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. Iris is flabbergasted. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Iris seems happy about that.
Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
All right.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are.
I'm ready too. Let's go.
I've committed every detail about the case to memory.
And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. Oh yeah, we went to the Wax Museum where the hot witch was. The hot witch was there. We met a really, really attractive witch who does waxwork models. I hate waxwork models. They're so creepy. I hate animatronics. I hate mannequins. I hate dolls. I hate Funko Pops. I hate wax models. They are so freaking creepy. I was playing I must tell you this. I was playing Hogwarts Legacy like almost every day. And I found a quest in Hogsmeade where you meet a house elf where you could buy a shop. And I was like, oh my god, you could buy a shop. And imagine all the beasts and all the materials and all the gear that I could just sell with really amazing money. Right, and I got the money to buy the shop with. It was weirdly cheap. It was like 1,500, and the lady who owns the house elf is like, here you go, here's the key, and make sure you go to the basement. The house elf will show you the basement, and I'm like, cool. where you can get my husband's stuff back. And I'm like, sure, I could do that. Thank you. And then I went down, and then there was a basement. There was a ladder. I went in, and there was mannequins. And you can highlight them, and you can aim at the mannequins. And I'm like, oh dear God, it's a dungeon, and those mannequins move. And then the room changed, and then you see the mannequins literally hung from the ceiling, and I'm like, I was scared to death. And I looked into it, it was PS5 exclusive quest, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like other things. I don't like mannequins. And then I read later on that you have to fight the mannequins. And I'm here like, I'd rather fight Inferi. Thank you very much. So I left and I went to the catacombs with Sebastian to fight some spiders. Because you know what? That is more delightful. Fuck you, PS5 exclusive dungeon. Oh yeah, and that took 50 minutes, that quest. And I'm like, nope, I am leaving. Fuck you. So now you know, I have a fear of anything that looks human with lifeless eyes. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest. And I think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. Mr. Drebber. Oh, the engineer. The engineer. The engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes. So yeah, we found out that the engineer is not only an engineer or a scientist, but he's also a magician that managed to make this trick happen. So yeah, we're gonna need to have a talk with him. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. What a combo. You could do so much with that. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree. We really do need to find the man. Let's go. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police or a great detective. Ah, me? No, I'm sure you're talking about Sherlock Holmes. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Wait. You are coming with us? Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. Herb market. I want to go to the herb market. I'm sure they just sell herbs, but I want to go. I love markets. Then let me know later how you got on, won't you? Bye-bye. Bye, Iris. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. I'm sure it is because she uses it to make tea. Hey!
Lily T1, love Lily T1, love Lily T1, love.
Oh, Show's Reality. Thank you ever so much for subscribing a tier 1 sub. Lovely, I do very much appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. Let me give you a shout out. Everyone, do check out Show's Reality. She plays all sorts of different games. Last time she was playing Hogwarts Legacy. We do love Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, Show's Reality. Where do you play Hogwarts Legacy? Do you play it on PS5 or PC?
Where's the death crawler?
It is right there. Going in that hole.
But she also plays 7 Days to Die, Conan Exiles, mostly survival games, things like that. But yes, at the moment she's playing Hogwarts Legacy. If you'd like to give her a follow, absolutely lovely, bubbly streamer. Ah, you see, I was just talking about the quest that I had during the weekend that still scars me for life. But you won't be able to get it because it's PS5 exclusive. But I think you would like this quest. So you meet a house elf outside of one of the shops. And she's like, there is a shop open for you. And it comes with me. I'm a house elf and I can sell things for you while you're away. I'm so good at selling. And I'm like, this is absolutely amazing. I will go see your owner in order to buy the shop. So you go buy the shop and this owner is like, would you be able to retrieve my husband's stuff from the basement that Penny will give you the key for? And I'm like, sure, I can do that. And you go down to the base, and it turns out this chest, sorry, I said basement, it was actually a chest. This chest ends up to be, you go down in, and it ends up being a 50-minute horror dungeon with mannequins, and I left. With a very, very hostile ghost that will give Peeves a run for his money. I don't like it, but I think you would have loved it. The problem is that it was a PS5 exclusive quest. And I was like, ah. It was giving off Resident Evil vibes a little bit. But anyone who plays Hogwarts Legacy PS5, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? I don't like it. But yeah, that's just me. I don't like horror things. Experimental stage. What? I know! Like, I'm so jelly. Yeah, dude. Yeah, the quest. I'm not doing the quest, but I know other people would. You do get a shop out of it, but in the middle, I'm like, this is not worth for a shop. Like, I can easily sell my stuff at other shops. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Wait. Shows this suite. Prison. Somehow I need PS5. I didn't do it, but I knew you would love it. Hopefully it will come on PC and Xbox. I don't know why that it was PS5 exclusive though. If anyone loves horror dungeons and shops, then that's a perfect quest. So I don't mind missing out, but it sounds like a miss out to other people. Yeah, it's a bit odd. Are we just moving to places? I'm sorry, I definitely need to pee. I will be right back. Oh, I am back. I'm so sad everyone paid the same amount for the game, but PS5 gets a spooky case. What the hell? I'm sorry for caps. No, it's fine. I assumed that, I assumed you were shouting because, yeah. I was shocked as well. I thought that would be available for everyone, not just for PS5. Yeah, a bit odd that. Maybe I should try the quest again. I don't know. I just got the killing curse, so maybe that would make things a bit more easier. I don't know. I'll think about it. There's no point in having the shop now. There's some BS. A little bit, yeah. Just a little bit. 23rd of October. Shums is sweet. Let's see if we could talk to Holmes. Oh, we're not. Okay, he's not here. Is he around? Ooh, have you designed a room of requirement yet and get the beasts? That's what I love. I love designing the room of requirement. Designing the room of requirement is my favorite. I'm just going to different locations because I don't know where I'm going. Oh, hello. There's a silver hair lady. This makes me want to get PS5 even more. No, I just started yesterday. Oh, you will love it because you get to design the room of requirement. Yes, so if you're wondering the objects that you get throughout the quest and exploration, you use it to design the room of requirement, and I absolutely love it. 23rd of October, British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I don't know, but she can step on me. I wonder. I've never seen her before. She's so pretty! Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. She can step on me. But there's a witch who is also very, very attractive as well. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Seeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Lol. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? It's just a lot of scrap metal. There she is! Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty. Yes, thank you. She must be part of the forensic team. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Seath, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Okay, so that was the victim. That's the victim, Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. Okay? You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I forgot. I could give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time, so he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. I suppose we're conversing with you, the forensic investigative team. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The Cane! The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. Gee? Fair enough, fair enough. The sky means business. What do you mean? For too long, those scandals have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so the victim, Mr. Asman, who died, was in a previous case, not in the case we knew, in a case off game, and he bribed the jurors and the judge to win the case. So, yeah, that must be it. I wanted to watch, Goblet of... Got F tonight, but it's not on Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime. Such a kind. No, that's not Goblet of Fire. Should be mandatory watching and viewable on all platforms. Oh, Grave of the Fireflies. It's not. It's a really good film. Don't get me wrong, but it's probably not popular enough. Wait, it is on Netflix. I swear it is. I saw it. Netflix. I swear. Oh shit. Can I mute this? There we go. Let me have a look. What if I put grave? Oh. They got every single Studio Ghibli film. Really? You got the Tales from Earthsea? No Grave of the Fireflies. I swear I saw it, but no, maybe it's because it's not popular. We have Only Yesterday. No, it's a very good film, but I find it way too sad. So when people think of Studio Ghibli, they think of Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, definitely Howl's Moving Castle. Oh, I need to watch Howl's Moving Castle again. Howl's Moving Castle is so good. I do love Howl's Moving Castle. The Cat Returns. What else? Only Yesterday. Only Yesterday is a slice of life chill. And I kind of like Only Yesterday. My dad does love Grave of the Fireflies. He he loves Only Yesterday and Grave of the Fireflies, both of which are made by the same director. Not Hayao Miyazaki. It's Isao Takahata. That was it. Isao Takahata. So he really likes that. He really likes the fact that Grave of the Fireflies does show World War II, because he considered that to be very, very important. Yeah, and my mum and me love The Cat Returns, but we also love Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away. As a matter of fact, me and my parents, Studio Ghibli is probably the only thing me and my parents like have in common. My mom have in common, but we have like different tastes of Studio Ghibli films, so that is always really, really nice. I remember film 4, and my dad, and it was a Studio Ghibli marathon, so they would play Studio Ghibli films in order, and this was before The Wind Rises and From Upper Poppy Hill, which is on Netflix. Maybe I should just do like a Studio Ghibli marathon. It's always so cool. And what my dad does, because it's at the same time as I go to school, he would record them with VHR, and so I would watch it when I get back, and he would sometimes watch it with me. So yeah, those were the days. I miss those days. Yeah, I should just have a Studio Ghibli marathon. Wait, sorry, I'm checking again. Does it have Laputa Castle in the Sky? Yeah, Castle in the Sky. So it's Nausicaa, Castle in the Sky, Porco Rosso. I love Porco Rosso. Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, Kiki's Delivery Service. I love Kiki's Delivery Service. Princess Mononoke. I love Princess Mononoke. From Up on Poppy Hill, The Tale of the Princess Kaguya. That I haven't watched. Ariete I watched in the cinema. Ponyo, love Ponyo. The Wind Rises. I watched The Wind Rises in the Anime Society. In an Anime Society, but it was so weird. The person who leads the Anime Society got the Japanese film in Japanese from one website and subtitles from another, and try to link it together. And in the scene where the guy and his wife, I think around at the time, were in bed like talking to each other, the subs that came out of the brackets are saying something about planes, and I'm here like, that's great, subs, that's great, thank you so much. Bubble, is that a Studio Ghibli film? Also, there is a new Studio Ghibli film coming out about a ghost, which I really need to watch. But yes, but London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. You do you, Strongheart. Time of Eve, I haven't watched that. Such a hype anime movie. I'm gonna be honest, when I see movies getting super hyped up, I don't want to watch them. Is that weird? I don't like hype movies. Every time someone hypes the movie up, the less I want to watch it. It's so weird. But I will try to find Bubble. Is Bubble also in Netflix and Time of Eve? I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Sith is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. Ooh. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Ooh, we get to learn about Dr. Mikotoba, about him. Bubble is Netflix exclusive and Time of Eve is not on Netflix. Let me have a look. Here's me just looking at Bubble, 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 Bubble. Oh, okay. It looks... The thumbnail looks odd. But it's a Japanese sci-fi romance anime, heartfelt and exciting. I should look into that. It gives me the girl who steps through time vibes. Oh, it's so pretty. A pretty film I've watched was A Whiskers Away. I really love A Whisker Away. That is so cute. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Sith knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly, but I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years?
That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. Jesus! That's a long time! Some of these set in a world where AI androids are beginning to get civil rights, but the bulk of society still thinks they don't deserve them. Time of Eve is set in a cafe that disables the capability to tell who is human and who is an android. It's a neutral environment where both humans and androids can interact. One of the key rules is to never discuss who, what, who are. Is there a comic called Eve? Is it based on that? Or probably not. I'm probably thinking too much into it. But ooh, sounds very sci-fi. It sounds a bit like sounds a tiny bit like iRobot a little bit, doesn't it? I don't know. I haven't watched iRobot for a very, very long time, but I will check out Bubble though. Bubble really piqued my interest. But yeah, I'm definitely going to marathon Studio Ghibli films.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? What about your mother? Where's your mother? Oh wait, did her mother die? I can't remember. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Van Zeeks. We need to know about Lord Van Zeeks. Let's go. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. Yes. By a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Ooh. Rumours quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Holy shit! Oh my word! So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? What? What? First off, we have a body disappearing. Then we have a girl with a fake name who got murdered. And now we have the ghost of the prosecutor's brother. Help me out here. And Time of Eve isn't actually based like iRobot. It's more drama. Feels so more like hurt comfort kind of trope. Got it. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? No. Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. This does not give Strongheart confidence, Ryunosuke. You are a fucking idiot. While the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you, sir. Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Bye. Oh, I can't believe this. Hang on. I will be right back.
Sorry about that. I am back. All right, we are going to prison. Let's go. Oh, well, at least he is managing to entertain himself. 23rd of October, local priest. What the fuck? Local prison cell 11. What's he doing? He's... Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. This reminds me of numbers. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Where did he get the chalk from? Is he allowed chalk in the prison cell? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you, and I would in court this morning. Oh no! The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Herbane, what have you been working on in your cell? You mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypotheses? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Ah, no, actually, this is my autobiography. Can you read that? I can't read that. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Herbane. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. No, you can't. You can't. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman and by that aloof engineer Drebber. Yes, we need to speak to Drebber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? I guess we're conversing with him. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypotheses, even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypotheses. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barrack wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Van Seeks' motivation. Yeah, Van Seeks was not being great. In fact, he was heavily against us, like Jesus. But I suppose that's his job. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypotheses anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken a case, if it was anyone other than Barrack, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypotheses a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. So Van Seeks was doing everything he can to show everyone that the machine was absolutely for what it actually is, not a scam. And Hairbrain went along with it. To try and make it look like the Hairbrain is not a fraud. Okay, so Van Seeks was doing him a service. But Barrack insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he? I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Maybe that's the only way he can show that Hairbrain is a scientist? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? I want to talk to Van Seeks a bit more, I hope. I hope I could talk to him. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I don't know. I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. Oh, he's talking about Mr. Assman. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Assman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is that Enoch? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Enoch? Drebber the engineer. Let's go. Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? Maybe all of the above. It was about a year ago when Mr. Assman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I wonder if the forensic scientist, what's her name? I've forgotten her name now. The silver-haired scientist we just saw in Strongheart's office. I wonder if she knows him. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. God damn it! God damn it, hairbrain! You really do have a hairbrain. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. That works. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. I was gonna say, if he built that machine in that workshop, then that would be good to investigate. There's every chance we might find the man there. Drebber's workshop. Tell us about the workshop. Come on. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. God damn it, Professor! I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. You fucking what? He was blindfolded? You weren't suspicious at all? He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Then how the fuck did he get it? Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? Eau de machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I like to start with that. Mr. Sato. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he... Ah! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look! What? Let me see that. Then, wait. If he gave you a business card that might have his address, why did he blindfold you? I don't... Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. No, we are looking into that. Wait, oh, I don't have it yet. Still, this could be useful. Drebber's card has been entered into the court record. Mr. Enoch Drebber's business card, though it shows only the man's name, there is no address. I'm sure there's some secret. I want to see the secret. Here it is. Enoch Drebber, engineer. Ooh. There's some of this. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Herbain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. You're going to put oil on yourself, Sasata? Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. There is a smear of machine oil on the reverse. Now maybe that would be deemed useful. What are these? Okay. Okay, well. Thank you. We shall move along. We can't go to the... That would require a visit here just at the moment. I want to visit him! Got forensic lab, but I want to go to experimentation stage to see if there's anything there. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. It's a turkey! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are! I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, I was hoping it's Gina, not you. Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. Yeah. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina! He's got chips, yeah, he's got fish and chips in there. In Victorian times, that's how fish and chips were served in newspaper. Don't worry, we don't serve fish and chips in newspaper anymore. It's just really wrapped in paper. I really want fish and chips now. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. And you're being so cute! Oh, Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? Well, it's awesome. I do love that small detail. That small detail is so good. She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yeah, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. You're leaving? Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? Oh. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Does she know about this? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what'll become of her? I suppose he's worried she'll slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. You know what? That's fair enough. He wants to keep a close eye on her. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Right, because we were defending Gina, weren't we? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. So she doesn't know. I've got to keep that dive-in diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least. Fair. Oi, did you just call me a blooming dive-in diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well. Any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you heard the boss? Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Let's see. Oh, he's so cute. I want a puppy. Oh, isn't he great? Toby's his name. Toby! Oh, look at you! Oh, they're matching scarves. That's adorable. Oh, so adorable. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but I don't think he's doing his job. But it's the not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Are we talking to Gina? Let's converse with Gina. Also, we should probably investigate. I saw a random green fabric behind her as well. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. It was around here. You could do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm going to be playing with my new friend here. I feel like I'm Gina. It's like a distant animal I shall play with. You do the work. Off you pop. Ah, yes, Toby. Toby, our future guard dog there. Ain't he cute? He can kill people with his cuteness. You better watch out for Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh? It's like I told Dodo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of? Ah, that's the one? That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something? Oh, forensic. The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? Ah, that's the one, yeah. Bless her heart. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? Oh yeah, we did get permission from him. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Ah, that's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Yeah? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him? He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's Out office and came back snivelling. Tragic. Oh dear. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat nothing. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina.
Today's trial. So we just had the trial.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that.
You had a right laugh about the trial.
You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, and others made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina. Just doing the job. I'm being a defense lawyer here, lovely.
But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually.
Oh my god, I love Gina so much.
She's full of sass. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix.
Oh, the dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean? Oh, what does she mean?
He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. Enoch Drebber.
Ah, that's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be... Was this a mysterious man with a black monocle? We haven't seen him yet.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He's saying it's giving him gut ache.
You sure it's not the amount of fish and chips with so much salt and vinegar and oil on it that might give him a gut ache? I really want fish and chips now. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. That's what I was thinking, Susato. The engineer's whereabouts. Do you know it? Oh, Toby the dog. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they had any luck.
He's really funny looking, got two eyes what don't match, stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry? Who?
You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses or that blood-red plonk.
I don't know why that's so funny.
No,
that grumpy prosecutor that is guggling down some blood-red plonk. Why is that so funny? Oh, Gina. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, the one that keeps glugging down blood-red plonk.
He's always had it in for me, that cove. Or don't know what he's always scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice and the detective's trainee. The apprentice! Lord Van Zeeks had an apprentice that doesn't speak. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, I wonder she... But the apprentice that we saw was wearing a cloak and a mask and does not talk. I wonder if that's Gina. You're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we've put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. There's a green fabric behind you. Toby the dog, let's go. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina? Don't call Puppy a mutt.
true, Dodo. Yeah. I agree with Gina on that one. Don't call dog a mutt. What's that old man's name in Courage the Cowardly Dog? Eugene? Don't be like Eugene. No one likes Eugene. Slight overreaction, don't you think? It ain't no mutt, alright, Tobies? How did they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. Ooh. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? Mm-hmm. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens, not as strong as dogs. I could tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. What have you been doing in your spare time, Yunosuke? Like, what? Why? I don't know why, but thinking of sniffing undergarments makes me feel a little bit sick. I don't sniff undergarments, do you? Do you guys? That's nothing compared to this little fella, Ordo. Oh, really? Is he really trying to one up against a dog of smelling? Yeah, well, I sniff undergarments and I can tell which is being freshly laundered and what hasn't. So, joke's on you, Toby. According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers. Why are we talking about this? He could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean, yeah, I mean, that's, well, I wouldn't say the other side of the world, but really far away. Dogs that can, it depends on the breed of dog as well. Some breeds of dogs have stronger sense than others. But yeah, they're likely to be able to sniff that within a 10-mile radius. He can swim? Jesus. Mr. Naruhodo. Sasato has the face it going, Mr. Naruhodo. How the fuck are you a lawyer? How the fuck could you beat the prosecutor named Reaper? I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. Why am I here? Okay. I'm telling you all, though, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right? One of these days, I'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Dobie here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. How could anybody chuck out the puppy? No. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. I suppose we're examining the area. I see this. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. Oh, this is the green balloon. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Lol. See what you did there, Ryunosuke? Ouch, I'm a bad person. Well, I'm laughing, Ryunosuke. Is that it? Is there more up? No, I can't see anything out of the way. No, we already seen that. Okay. I think we're fine, but we'll come back to it if we need to look for more evidence. Let's go to Madame Tussbell's. We haven't been there. I hope we get to meet her. I hope we get to meet her. Come on. 23rd of October, Madame Tussbell's. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Holmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abducting of the waxwork. Oh yes, the abducting of the waxwork. Oh, well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Okay, so he's not there. He was normally posed as a wax worker around here. Wait, what? Okay, I thought that was a person, not a boot. Gives me fight, that is. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in the bathhouse peddling criminals' wares. Aha! We have a new theory. Okay. Okay, there's nothing here. We're not seeing Mr. Holmes or the witch, so... Such... We get to speak to this lovely looking lady. Ooh, and I love the decor. Love the decor. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Look at it. It looks so good. 23rd of October, Forensics Laboratory. We'll talk to her, investigate, examine the area, and then I really want some food, so we'll take a break after this. I believe this is it. Dr. Slith's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here, but we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Right, because she's a coroner. Okay, let's go. I think coroners do autopsies. Coroners meaning... Yeah, they do autopsies. Holds inquest into violent, sudden or suspicious deaths, and in Britain, inquiries into treasure trove. So they look into anything, any body so that has any violent reactions in some ways, like the bruises or injuries or anything that comes from violent acts. Okay, what are we looking at? Well, let's look at these tools. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? That is true. You're not wrong there. It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. True. True. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. That is very worrying. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. She has... Wait a second. She has salt and pepper next to toxic? What if she accidentally sprinkled toxic chemicals on her fish and chips? I can't imagine. You're not supposed to have meals in the laboratory, surely. Well, it is Victorian times. They wouldn't know about hygiene back then. Life goes on even when you're surrounded by death. True. 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 I suppose this is Dr. Seuth's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. Ooh, I feel like that's a bit of a jab against Naruhodo's untidy desk. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I could just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me and that. Oh, no. No dolls. I'd rather have the skeleton. No. No. I'd rather have the skeleton. At least he smiles. We should call him... We should call him Gerald. Gerald the skeleton. Gerald. And he's smiling. He's happy that you're working. He thinks you're doing a good job. Have trust in Gerald the skeleton. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, do you have nothing to say about Gerald? Mr. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Ooh. Oh, we're not looking at the boxes? We're not looking at the boxes. I'm not seeing anything else. Oh. We haven't looked at this. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled Yumaboshi plums we make back home. Nice try, Ryunosuke. They're organs. They're organs. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about, ever. Oh, so as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or yumaboshi, aren't they? Aren't they, Mr. Sato? They are food. Of course. I mean, I'm sure they are food to some animals. But no. Yeah. Ooh, this lady is interested in taxidermy, it looks like. That is like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Surely that would be even more creepier. More creepy. More creepy. Yes, I think perhaps you are wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. No dolls! No dolls! Oh, a book! We can highlight a book. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. That's not strange. I presume they don't have means to sanitize the scalpels, so they will always want clean ones. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances, and scalpel blades can be sharpened too, but can they be cleaned around that time? Right? Do you need to sanitize and clean scalpels if you do autopsies? Surely. If that's the case, it does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Is it Mummy? Ah! Oh my god, I love her. She's so pretty. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Is she related to... I feel like she's related to Baron von Zieks. Barak von Zieks. I don't know why I keep calling him Baron. It's Barak. Barak von Zieks. Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asman's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. I love her outfit. She looks so good. I can't get over it. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. She's so pretty. Your findings? So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? Sorry, the victim, Mr. Odi Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And the Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. So they were one person. Okay, the reason why this was important is because we thought that it was a doppelganger in the machine and the real person was trapped in a balloon that's popped and fallen into the Crystal Tower. We thought it was a scam, but Sith here says that the person that was in the machine and the person that they found in the Crystal Tower are the same person. So
That's nuts. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person has switched places, couldn't they? From the balloon to the machine. From a hot air balloon up in the sky to the machine on the ground. How? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Hello? Am I back? Good. Have I been talking? Have I been mute this whole time? I hope not. Okay. I hope not. Okay. Alrighty then. Nah, that is weird. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Jesus! Wait, what? What is this? Mama, what is this? Hello? Oh god, this gives me... Oh, what is it? The Doctor Who episode with the children wearing gas marks. It goes, Mummy, is that you? It's like, oh god. Oh, where did she spring from? And did she just call the Doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello? To meet you? Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one up? No. What? Jesus! I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. I don't know why I'm giving her a Luna Lovegood voice, but here we go. We're rolling with it. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Can I examine you? So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left.
Wait, do I? Can I present her something? I can't present her something. Okay, well, we best go. All right, I think we should. I think we should have a little break. I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna get some tea. And I'm also gonna get some foodie food, so I suggest you guys do the same. Go get food, go get drinks, go do go to the loo, stretch your legs, stretch your glutes, and things like that. And yeah, I shall see you guys in a little bit. Hello, we are back. Hope you got your tea and your food. I mean, I am getting the game back, right? Let me have a double check. Okay, I am. Okay, cool. I don't know what we're doing now. I suppose we're going to Madame Tussbell's to see if Sherlock Holmes is back. No? Or maybe going back to his house? God damn it, where is Sherlock Holmes? He's legitimately nowhere. Nobody here, nobody here. Do I need to do something with the scientist? Do I need to present something to him? I feel like I need to present something to him. We'll present this screwdriver to him. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrew, my faithful friend. I remember him being so... having like a screwdriver as a best friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody's mistreated you, have they? Don't worry, he's being very well looked after. I always rub him with machine oil until he's gleaming. Right. And then, when I come to tighten the screw with him, he slips in my hand and I can't do it. Well, maybe you shouldn't... Oh, it's that age-old problem faced by driver files. Driver files. The world over, isn't it? I really wouldn't know, I'm afraid. Okay. Maybe I should present this business card to him. Professor Harebrain, what do you make of this? Oh yes, this is what we need to prove my hypothesis, isn't it? No, it's nothing to do with your hypotheses, actually. Then take it away! I don't want to be bothered with anything that doesn't assist my science. It was your engineer. Alright, keep your abundant hair on. Okay. Is that... Experimentation stage. Oh, we could present something to her. Do I show her the photo? Ah, yes, Gina. Have a look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down on everything from up here. I love high places, me. Really? If I'm honest, I can't stand looking down at the ground. When I'm high up, I always have to look up. Shame. I wanted to show you what it's like, but there ain't no point now. Why not? If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, I ain't gonna be able to look down on ya. With ya, sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever go up in a balloon, to be honest. Not in my whole life. But now I'm starting to think I might like to. Do you know anything about this? About this, Gina? Oh my god, so I have to present the business card to her. Okay. Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment. I only know A to E. So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble, Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Oh, yeah, we found some machine oil. Eh? How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. Yo, don't say! Let's have a whiff then. Oh, because she's got a dog! Oh! Are you sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, wait! You mean Toby? Where's the little puppy? Oh, we love this music. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Harebrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. It's me trying to impersonate Toby sniffing. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby can lead us to that dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. All right then. Well, give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Yeah, I know. He doesn't have... Right then, Odo, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer Cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck. Gets it in the neck, it'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. Off she goes. I do hope the scent of that oil leads him to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Oh yeah. Them oil will be common in France. What now then? We're still looking for... Damn it, Sherlock Holmes, where are you? Forensics laboratory? We can't present her with anything. But she does look so good. Damn it. Prison? We still need to present something to him. Let's present this crossbow to him. Ah! How could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as the man losing his life. The crystal tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened! It must have been that! That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings, so too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing, that's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Yeah, we gathered. We gathered. Oh no, we already did the screwdriver. I don't know. I wanted to recognize something else. The autopsy report. Why can't you present the autopsy report to the scientist? That would be so useful. Let's try the green cloth. Nope. I'm trying everything I can with this dude. A paper? Ugh, how could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life. The Oh! It's the same thing. What about the photo of the balloons? Okay, no, he's so not interested. I think we're done with him. Oh, the photo and the newspaper are the same. That's nothing, that's nothing, that's nothing. Okay. We've already conversed with them. Where do we go? We're still looking for Mr. Holmes. God damn it, Mr. Holmes, where are you? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Prosecutor's office is unavailable. Wait, we can go up. We can go upstairs. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? I forgot we can go upstairs. About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. But that's where we're going, right? We're going up. We're going up. So, what a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods are giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. What kind of saying is that? Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for my university? It wasn't by studying alone. How do you get up? I suppose we look at this. Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mr. Sato? Oh, yes. When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Okay. Really nothing. Oh, wait, what? These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. Ah, that's what I need to do. Okay. Jesus, what a mess. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds Experimentation Stage. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Hairbrain went to in order to obtain a research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. She's not wrong. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look. Is that... Barak van Zieks! Lord van Zieks? What's he doing here? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sutter? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Let's examine. I kind of want to leave Barak von Zieks last. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. The bird cage is where the victim was in. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor looks as though it's designed to open. Oh yeah, the grill! Oh, it does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the bird cage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Interesting. Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world. It does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. And I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you there. But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. I love the taste of onions. You really ought to let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, so we see a bit of damage around here. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Oh, we took it! Okay, so the wooden bird cage. The wooden cage that was used for Professor Hairbrain's experiment. This cage with the victim inside crashed down into the Crystal Tower, but it wasn't here before. Was it in the Crystal Tower? They said it was. I hear that a ride on a Ferris wheel is a favourite romantic outing among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoilt by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm also scared of heights. It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Holmes to accompany me on it in that case. Oh, when you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh, he doesn't want to be left out. I understand we're in this guy, I understand. Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it? Yep. It's so complicated. There's smoke everywhere. Looks like we can talk to Barak von Zieks then. Let's go! Ugh, least approachable man in the world, winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Lord von Zieks. Hi. What? Oh. Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, your Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Fuck you, fancies. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. I'd say, are you part of this scene to investigate? And if you were to be investigated, we will talk about you. Ah. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord von Zieks about. Then, not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Let's try then. Let's ask him. Your brother Clint. Oh, we're starting off strong. The brother who got murdered. Okay, let's go. So, Clint... was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord von Zieks. You Nipponese, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the von Zieks family. But tragically... a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? We didn't think I'd hear Lord von Zieks laughing. That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Just giving my sympathy for you, considering you've lost your brother to murder, no less. But you know, I'll take that sympathy back then. You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? Wait, what? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the Professor. Oh yeah, I remember now. Mr. Holmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Oh, I don't know whether to feel sorry for him or not. He's a horrible man, but... Oh, that sounds like trauma-inducing. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Dr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering... I mean, I realise it's probably not possible, but... we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. If you can't do it yourself, Sasato will do it for you. Wow, Sasato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? He's gonna help us! He's gonna help us! Van Zeeks is gonna help us, okay? What can you give us? Oh, is that him? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. That's a... Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Doesn't he look a bit like the scientist we met? I wonder if they're related. Because she has white hair and wearing a similar outfit like that. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? You appear to hate us. What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. So this is a photographic print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Okay. Oh shit! Oh. Okay, this is the apprentice. Oh, well, Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, not our apprentice, his apprentice. And he does not speak. But I have a theory this might be Sherlock Holmes. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Oh yeah, this is the first time Sasato meets him. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Sasato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks? Maybe speak with your apprentice for a moment.
With whom? Why? This is Sherlock Holmes. We have not seen Sherlock Holmes yet today. I think that's Sherlock Holmes. Why else is he wearing a mask, a cloak, and not talking? Kazuma-sama! Wait, what? I am so wrong. Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Oh, shit. I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Whoa, wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now. Shit. With instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? I'll take that as a no. The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Shit. He has amnesia? Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side. What? Oh, shit. He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Oh, I'm so idiotic thinking that it's Sherlock Holmes because we seem to meet the apprentice when Sherlock Holmes goes missing, but nope, I was so wrong. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Sasato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Oh no, poor Sasato, I want to give her a hug. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Zeeks' office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Holmes lied to us. It does, doesn't it? Shit. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. That's when we're going to speak to him. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Ooh. Ooh. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Holmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right.
We ought to find him at Madame Tusbell's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Well, we did try that, and we can't find him. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual adventure. Looks like we're moving now. Let's go. Madame Tusbell's, here we come. 23rd of October, Madame Tusbell Museum of Waxwork. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I hope you meet the witch, though. I still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course. Sister Sun really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Well, sweet is comfort food. Sugar is comfort food. I understand. Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at our waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It's Sherlock Holmes! It looks exactly like Mr. Shums down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. It's the witch! Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. I love this quest. There's good-looking women in this quest. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Holmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Habitual duties! Yes. His habitual duties? Hello. Do not disturb, huh? Poor Sasato-san, she looks very perplexed. Look around here like, what the fuck? Right, we need to examine Sherlock Holmes. We really do need to speak with Mr. Holmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? Ah, look at him. Didn't realize a wax model moves. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What? What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Holmes! Oh, Susato, no! Oh, welcome back, Calico. I'm back home now, and I only just realised that my boss asked for a work update from this morning. Oof. Oh, I hope it gets all sorted, Calico. Oh, I hope you had a good outing though. Or did you just come back home from work? Sorry, I thought you were working from home for a second. Yes, welcome back, lovely. Susato-san! Susato-san! Oh, fading to black. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. Oh, poor Susato. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Holmes? Money. He needs more money. Merely a secret identity, you understand, although the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Abducted the professor. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. I think he's telling us that he's hungry. And you know what, I can understand. Lol. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh, yes. It's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh? But I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Wait, can we examine the curtain? Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tusbells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris indeed. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Can we see the waxwork? Because the waxwork was behind the curtain. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tusbell special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know! Can you believe that? Paying more money as if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, so we can't see it. We just see some other terrifying models. Oh, wait! The policeman was here! That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Yes. We do. But I suppose let's have a converse with Sherlock Holmes. Enoch Drebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer? Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. I just remember something. Sorry, excuse me. Okay. There we go.
If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Ah, I was on holiday. I was on the train home earlier, and then I had no Wi-Fi on the bus. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Well, how was the holiday? I feel like you told me you were going on holiday, but I can't remember where you were going. But how was it? I hope you had a really nice time. Tom Ellis? As in Lucifer Tom Ellis? Oh, you're so lucky. I would really love to meet him. Oh, where did you go? Where did you meet him? If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. Oh, we got a picture of him. We got a picture of Drebber. We can show it to him. He was in Birmingham. Ah, that's so cool. Ah, that is so awesome. Ah, I'm so jealous you got photos with Tom Ellis. That is so cool. I hope you had a nice time in Birmingham. I've never actually been to Birmingham, I don't think. But I heard it's really nice there. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it. After we ask you about Kazuma's death. Mr. Holmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? I gave my boss an update even though I am on holiday today. Oh, well, at least it's all sorted now. Let's hope the boss doesn't want anything else from you. I don't understand why that can't wait until you get back from work, but get back to work, but hey ho. It's not like anything changed. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi. He's not getting anything else out of me today. Damn right, because you deserve this holiday. The holiday is meant to be for you. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. What do you think of this, Sherlock Holmes? You must have known at the time, Mr. Holmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Yeah. He's not saying anything. This makes me suspense. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Holmes. Oh, we are unhappy with Mr. Holmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. You mean great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Holmes.
Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Well, that's no help. We need to present this photograph of Drebber to Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek. Very handsome dude. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Oh, he's seen him. He knows him. Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Holmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. Yes, interesting. Very interesting. You know what else is interesting? Your reaction. What's wrong, Mr. Holmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh? Well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Do not tell me Drebber was the professor. Don't tell me Drebber and the professor are the same people. Oh, poor old Van Seeks. Oh no! I keep going to see if I'm right. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Oh, I'd like to see it for a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, am I tad? Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labour? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. Nope. Nope. He's trying to tell you something. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Holmes? He is being very serious. Drebber and the professor are the same people. Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks was the one who gave us the photo. Either I'm wrong that Mr. Drebber isn't the professor, or Lord Van Zeeks does not know the face of a killer. Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. I'm terrified. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Sure, San. I'm terrified. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Oh, God. Through those heavy curtains at last. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do we examine it? Okay, we do. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Let's go, let's go. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Holmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? I'm sorry, that makes me laugh. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Sounds about right. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Come on, I want to see. P. Let's go. 23rd of October. Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no, Susanna, don't cry. But that did give me a heart attack. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mr. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. By a really big confectionery. Fuck it, there's no head. But there's a scientist. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. What is 5 shillings? 5 shillings in pounds is 0.033 pounds. So So 3p. True. Come on, we need to investigate. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. Oh no, it's definitely not a lot now, but it was in Victorian times. I'm sure. God, I wish things are 3p. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. I mean, even though it's unfinished, it's still pretty terrifying. So, this must be what Mr. Holmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Me too. Penny sweets are not a penny anymore, and it sucks. I know, it really sucks. Remember sweets that used to be 10p or 20p? I miss that. 20p for, oh no, it was like 5p or 10p for Freddo. Oh god, I miss those days. Be that as it may, Mr. Holmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineering here, didn't he? But where he did. Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Looks like we'll examine everything. Yes, we will get what we paid for. Yes, Susato, let's go. Is that fear or frustration? That's making Susato-san's voice tremble. Both? Both is good. I remember taking a pound to the corner shop and having almost too many sweets to carry back home. Can't do that now. Only... You'll be lucky to get like 5 sweets for a pound. Like, seriously. In fact, most of the sweets is almost a pound. Like, holy Jesus. The inflation is extortionate. Alright, let's examine this place. So first off, this headless body. Beautiful. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. No, I think that's the victim. I think we found the Professor here. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. Oh, this is the Professor. Then who's he then? The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Jesus. This is scaring me. Not sure how I feel about this. So this is the condemned man. Ooh, 139. Does that mean anything? Yes, the so-called Professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. Ah! But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Holmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason... It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Forgetting to attach the head. Yeah, right. Yeah, even though the detective is very absent-minded, I very much doubt that he would forget to reattach the head when it's so obviously there. Oh. Ooh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket. Here. I mean, we can't really see it, but yeah, we can see like some sort of crease. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I say. How did I not realize sooner? What if it was a wax model in that machine? What if the wax model was the doppelganger? Why didn't I get put 2 and 2 together? I was like, why are we in a wax museum? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick glass of piece of glass have come from, I wonder? The Crystal Tower! The Crystal Tower! I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. Well, it didn't do a good job. I've never actually been to a wax model museum. I never have either, but that's because the wax models creep me out. So I wouldn't want to go to a wax model museum. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. They are fighting. Yeah, I don't like any like human-shaped dolls or models with lifeless eyes. I just don't like it. Such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? A small fragment of very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. It would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Who called it? Yeah. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? No. Can we talk about the number? You mean the number doesn't mean anything? Okay. We have this guy. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Real? He seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. I'm really scared. What's this here? Is that a camera? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera, but it's so small. Schmal. It is schmal. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Holmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Holmes's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in the graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. It wouldn't come back as a ghost, it would come back as a zombie, but you should never mind. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Oh my god, the camera! The camera from around the neck of a waxwork in the Madame Tussbell's special exhibit. Oh, it's an actual camera. I would have thought that it's made of wax, but no, it's an actual camera hanging from the model. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Sasato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Are we not allowed to see his face? What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Really, Sasato? Mr. Sato. Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. It's a shovel. No. Although we haven't considered trowels. Trowels? You mean small shovels? We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Having an argument about spades and shovels is hilarious. I thought shovels and spades are the same thing. Wait. Hang on. Shovels. I can't even Googling shovels. I mean, spades and shovels. Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between spades and what's the difference between shovel and spade? There we go. This shovel blade tends to be larger than that found on spades. A spade generally has a relatively flat blade with straight edges, so that's not a spade. It's smaller than a shovel, although size does vary depending on use, and the blade tends to be in line with the shaft rather than angled forward. So that is a shovel. Now we know. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet. Ah! See what you did there? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. We got the lantern here. Can we see his face, please? I can't seem to get to his face. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese Chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, Chochin. The point is, it casts very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Oh, wait. No. We haven't done yet. This part... don't... Oh, here we go. The face. I can't see his face very well. Can you? No, I can't reach it. Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I want to see it. I'll put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry. I'm scared. Ah. Is that the man we saw the photo of? What on earth? How can... I don't believe it! A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's a Nogdreba! The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Oh, indeed it is. It's Sherlock Holmes! Mr. Holmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved are my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Ah! A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Yes, it's a graveyard, Sasato. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? Ooh! Oh, she's got a point! I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I still believe that Dreba and the professor are the same person. Let's talk to him. The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh, that is gross. That is gross. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. Poggers Ace Attorney is back. Hello, Sharky. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand, accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted, because jurors weren't a thing back then, I'm sure. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow. His identity was never made public. Ooh. Good, what about you? I am doing good, lovely. I am doing good. Just constantly getting shocked by this case. Which professor? The professor. The one that calls himself the professor 10 years ago when they killed
people who are members of the aristocracy and royalty, or royalty. The one who killed Van Ziek's brother years and years ago. And he's been known as the Professor. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. We still don't know who the Professor is, though. However, I believe that Drebber and the killer, the Professor, not the defendant, the killer, the Professor, is the same person, I believe, but we don't know yet. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. Oh, then never mind. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh? The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than young man in the white overcoat. Drebber. Something doesn't seem right. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? No, I don't believe that. The young witness. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been debated and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. All wax models are. Scared out of his wits, young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. I don't believe that for a second. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. True. Yes, what was he up to? What was he up to, Mr. Holmes? Following the execution. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded it. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. I don't believe that, because no one else has saw this. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What? What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
Something is seriously weird here. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? A little bit. Of course, a convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Whoo! Ah! What a bleeding Odo! Odo, what have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina! Not so loud in the museum. Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. What are you doing, Gina? Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's your address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then, see you there. Woo! We're making progress. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. Oh yeah, he's got his waxwork job to do. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself, just a little bit. Let's go, Mr. Holmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner. Forget that! I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Holmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Navahodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Let's go to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Oof, that's huge. 23rd of October, Enoch Drebber's workshop. This is a little similar. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. So you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's the miracle worker. Yes, Toby. Oh, yeah. You're cute. Got floppy ears. I thought you lot would show up before long. Why is he closing his eyes? Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. We are investigating. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'll get cracking. Lord Van Seeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again? I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Isn't Lord Van Seeks a lawyer? You know, never mind. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Holmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right there, let's see what we can find in here. Well, I already see some arrows. That would be a good start. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. A crossbow found hidden behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. It belongs to Mr. Enoch Drebber. So we got the arrows, got some planks of wood. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Lol. I can't help but think that's funny. Oh, what's this? Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Wait, it don't look like a back massager. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. It don't look grand the way it's toppled down. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? By your tired shoulders, of course. Shush, you. Shush. Shush. He's not going to let that go, is he? No, but to be fair, it's funny. It is pretty funny. It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drebber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. Anything else before... Ooh. Anything else before talking to Gregson? This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector. I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. Oh, poor Holmesy, no. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. I did! Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Trevor must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh? Is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? I'm so sorry, my microphone keeps disconnecting. What do you reckon, Toby? There we go. That's what you missed. Woof, woof. Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. I don't think he can open it, otherwise why would he thud it? Oh, I'm scared. Oh my, someone is in there. This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Oh, we're doing a chase there. You may enter at will. You've confused the minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes! I wasn't expecting to go straight for... Oh. Is that a dynamite? What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Shit! Rats! There ain't no one in here after all! But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Those are footprints. Are they footprints on the ceiling? And there's a green balloon. Blow me, what are we then? Guys, there's a dynamite. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's balmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. Shit. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. Deduction? Are we deducing? We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. We're not going to focus on the fact that there's a dynamite? Mr. Holmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Oh no. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large... Ah! Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say a time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Ah! Ah ha 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 ha! You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. No. Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Holmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated and never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Oh, the best music in the game. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Let's go. Once again, I could draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Jobber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Holmes, you must explain everything. Only Sherlock Holmes would manage to explain so much manage to say so much but explain so little. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Ha 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 ha! Oh, you deflected the inspector's glaze with such fortitude there, Mr. Holmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this a great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Yes! Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Let's go! The great deduction. The game is afoot. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. Gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. I thought he's gonna... to be fair, that's probably the most logic we're gonna get from Sherlock Holmes. I thought he was gonna say something stupid, like the house is upside down. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. Okay, Mr. Holmes. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There is clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Oh wow. Well then, because gravity was reversed, that's your conclusion. Missing engineer. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there in the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Huh? By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Now, you know what else is reversed and topsy-turvy upside down? My head, my brain. I'm trying to figure out what Sherlock is talking about, which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. I love Sherlock Holmes so much. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this topsy-turvy topsy-turvy puzzle. Woo! Gina's like, Doggo! She's completely spellbound. Mr. Holmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century. It's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Okay. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Huh. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Objection! Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Hang on. I realize my gain isn't that... okay. Yeah, sorry. I was testing the gain. Okay, I think I'm okay. Okay. We'll try it here. There we go. Sorry about that. There is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps you might need to give Mr. Holmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. Let's go, let's go! If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes's logic and reasoning spectacular! Let's go! Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Holmes! It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. This part is so cool, I really love this. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part the gravity played in this whole business. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Holmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely. Where do we start? Reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Why is this upright? Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Do I present this?
Take that!
Yes! The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part the gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Holmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming, slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. Ah, and it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. Oh, Sherlock. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Holmes. But the show must go on. So let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. A bomb? You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Yes, Ooh. Ah! Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in safe as in safe? Safe! As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. Yeah, that's what I wonder. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely! I believe Mr. Naruhodo. The two had a very similar experience once, did you not? Did we? Did we have a similar experience? I can't remember. Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it for people who are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. That is so true. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into. So thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proven my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself acquiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Let's go! Let's go indeed. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. Oh, that was Sasato talking. My bad. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life is so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Holmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Holmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. This balloon, this shoe. I presume it's the balloon. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. Do we present the balloon? No. The shoe? And of course the balloon is the invention that's made that dream come true. Mr. Drebber, clearly a man of dreams, used the balloon to ascend to the ceiling and plant his feet on the... I take no pleasure in delivering bad news, but the undeniable truth is, it's clearly too small. What? I knew you were going to say that. My dear fellow, then you are twice the fool. If people could fly in such small balloons, why would anybody ever manufacture larger ones? I despair of your lack of common sense at times, Mr. Naruhodo. That really hurts. It hurts. Really are a puzzle, and as they're so close to the skylight, it really is very hard to believe the two are unrelated. But perhaps we need to approach this from a different angle. So we're talking about a shoe. Let's try a shoe. Yes! I forgot to click it. I didn't mean to present it. I meant to click it, but never mind. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar data. It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotze claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was a second bird cage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, There is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he restored to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope to bring the balloon down to reach the intended destination. What better tool than this rope? Mr. Holmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. All right, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground, which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
Crossbow. This was probably the first time we presented something from our court records in a deduction. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? What the? A waxwork? He was the one who stole it! Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Doesn't that mean... Oh goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Miss Sasato. Excellent. Drebber was the waxwork stealer and could possibly be the professor in the past. Of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tusbell's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tusbell's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tusbell's and returning it, sans tête, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction are... they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. The head of the Professor Waxwork that was stolen from the Madame Tusbell's special exhibit. Oh, I do hope we get to see the face. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear, in the safe. If you simply reflect on the journey with me together doing this deduction, And Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
Take that!
The large safe, let's go! Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. If he was hiding in his safe, I'm sure he heard everything from these two. He's probably sweating bullets. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Then unlock it, then open it. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Inside the safe. Solved! Deduction complete. Elementary. Yeah, we did it! We did it! So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that! Alright then, here goes. I knew that! Alright, here goes. Hi! You found me. What's he doing? Hi? Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. Oh, he's very I feel like he's very robotic. Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. I mean, yes, it's a time bomb. Haha, I see. Stunned silence. Oh, Jesus. You're all gearing up to die with me then. Oh my god, this guy's a psycho! No! Mr. Holmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? The anti-gravity device. Mr. Holmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device was really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Oh, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Holmes. Oh, we're talking to him. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh! For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I've written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. He's got that murderous look. Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. The time bomb? Why the time bomb? Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb? Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Ah, I see what you did there. Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. Fair. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Gregson just looking at her Sherlock going, Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Gregson is thinking, stupidity? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection, after all. That's enough! What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Seath again, so the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith? Hello, Holmes. Mr. Holmes knows Dr. Sith? Whether... If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves a door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Holmes. Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out. Now. All of you. Oh, she's unhappy. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Yeah. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. This guy's a psycho! Eh? What are you? That one? Yeah, you mean... No, Gina! This guy's a psycho! It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Oh, shit! Oh, God! Yes, let us save. Let us save. I think we can stop here. This is a good end to the stream. Well, I do hope that you very much enjoyed this. I definitely did. Oh, we were a trial. We're on to the trial now, which we are going to do tomorrow. So that would be fun. That would be fun. What do you think of Drebber? He's quite something. And the scientist, what's her name? Dr. Sith and her assistant. And the apprentice of being, that could possibly be Kazuma. A lot to uncover. Hopefully to uncover in the trial. Holy bejesus. Okay, well. I will find somebody to raid. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeed. So who is up and about? Who is up and about? Ah, okay. I'm going to send you over to Miss Shadow Lovely, who is currently playing Marvel Snap. me and my boyfriend been playing Marvel Snap, and it's a very enjoyable card game, definitely. So I'm going to give her a raid. I do give her all the love in the world. And yeah, thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. I do hope you enjoy it as much as I did. As I say, I'm going to be streaming the trial tomorrow. So if you are interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you, lovelies. And anyway, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Do take care. Bye-bye.